Nice. Okay, hold on. This way. Yeah. Actually, put where? Oh, here. Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, where's the share? Share. Okay. Where? So like, don't see the screen.
You can. Okay, we are.
Yeah.
Position. I can stand here.
Yeah. Below. Maybe somewhere higher. Okay. Okay, let me just. Oh, okay, sure. Okay. Oh, this one. Okay.
No.
We are going to like. Everybody.
Why so boring? There was no crash. There was no safety car. You mean the last one? No.
You went what? Then she.
Wait, I went for a break. Who even watches the second?
This is useless.
Yeah, what the hell?
Wait, what is cheap?
Wait,
Wait, I'm not there for the car, I'm there for
No,
one
because the
stuff.
drivers need to get used to the track, so they got practice sessions.
Then they got qualifying rounds to determine which position they start off.
This is useless, it's just LC time. Right?
Yeah, wait, you're driving so slowly.
Yeah, it's for them to get familiar with the track.
I think you can drive faster.
Like the practical. You tell me it's
No lah,
Usually they go 200 pounds.
Yeah, bro.
the car can't even pass that.
You have no voting right.
Aisha.
So you think the selection process? No, Sam got no right. Are you not?
I mean,
What?
Selection committee have voting rights.
No,
Yeah.
I just think that you. Yeah. No, who said that?
Wait, no, wait, you just say that.
You just said that.
You say a lot of people like this.
Yeah, I just said a lot of people.
Why you projecting?
Why you?
Samuel.
Why was the same thing? A lot of people don't like us. See, that's
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
Because
Where are you? Nobody likes it.
44th and 45th, I was, if you want to go toilet, 5 minutes, then we can start. Or if you need to top up. Normally, so.
No, he said, "Hush." No, that harsh.
William A. Go get his own track.
Okay, William.
You said it, right?
Must be CC, must be CC. You too much.
It's maybe.
Can be a food taker.
Okay, so we'll be starting the 45th SCMC Co-option 1. May I have a proposal to resume the internal elections for the 45th Science Club Management Committee Co-option 1?
Committee would like to propose to resume the internal election for the 45th Science Club Management Committee of elections.
Co-option 1.
Committee would like to propose to resume the internal.
No.
I, Harmonia Chemistry, would like to propose to resume the co-option 1 for the 45th Science Conventional Committee of Elections.
Okay. May I have a seconder for this motion? May I have a proposal to grant speaking rights to the floor?
I, Harmonia Chemistry, would like to propose to grant speaking rights to the floor.
May I have a seconder for this motion? May I have a proposal to open loop 4 of the internal elections for the 45th Science Club Management Committee Co-option 1?
I, Harmonia Chemistry, would like to propose to open loop 4 of the internal election for the 45th Science Club Management Committee Co-option 1.
May I have a seconder for this motion? May I have a proposal to open the portfolio of Communications Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee?
I, Harmonia Chemistry, would like to open the portfolio of Communication Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion? May I have a proposal to open the nominations for the portfolio of Communication Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee?
I, Harmonia Chemistry, would like to propose to open the nomination for the Communication Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? William?
I, Kevin Paul William Santos, Year 3 Life Sciences, would like to nominate Jalika Vidushi, Year 2 Data Science and Economics, for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion? Jalika Vidushi, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Yes.
Data science and economics accept the nomination. Sorry, I don't know the exact thing. I, Vidushi Jetka, here to Data Science and Economics, would like to accept the nomination for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 45th Science and Management Committee.
Okay. Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee?
I, Harmonia Chemistry, would like to propose to close the nomination for the portfolio of Communication Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion? Alvin? Okay. Jalika Vidushi, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 45 minutes for Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. Minute takers, please start the timer when she starts presentation. Yeah, hang this. Maybe you can adjust.
It's fine, do I
You
just?
can adjust. It's not meant to be like, yeah.
Good morning. I'm Vidushi Jetka, here to Data Science and Economics, and I'm standing for the position of Communications Director at the 45th Science Club Management Committee. I'm passionate about enhancing student life at NUS by organizing events that increase engagement and innovative communication strategies. I would like to begin by talking about my strengths and my weaknesses. Number one being creativity and innovation. I believe that I'm a creative individual and I can come up with unique and engaging ideas and organize events through strategies that will engage everyone and bring in what's been a little missing right now, there is attraction through people. Second is that due to my major, I have a data-driven approach. So I can, for the science website and other handles, social handles that we have, I can use data and try to see what's working out for us and what's not working out for us so that we can increase the effectiveness of our initiatives. Third, being leadership and collaboration. I have a lot of experience in leadership and collaboration. I've worked as a social media head of a small club in my high school called Girl Up, where I handled their social media and published about their campaigns and also organized their campaigns. Apart from that, I've also been a sports player, which is why I know how to lead a team and also work with a team. So I can foster teamwork, and this enables me to bring out the best, not just in me, but also in my team. The fourth one being that I have problem solving abilities, even if it's high pressure environments or conflicting environments. I believe that I have the mindset to think on the spot and come up with effective solutions to overcome such challenges. Coming to my weaknesses, tendency to strive for perfection. I know it sounds very fancy and not a weakness, but I believe my weakness is that when there's too many things to do, I wish to do them all with utmost perfection. However, sometimes it's very necessary to prioritize what needs to be done better than the other, and also delegation. So I think that's one of my weaknesses. And the second one being workload management. Sometimes I end up taking more than I can on my plate. And I believe that as and when I work through this committee, I'll learn effective delegation, and I'll be able to use the help of not just the subcommittees, but also the other MC members, and learn how to work with the entire team. Coming to my visions as a communication director, if I get the position. The first one is enhancing engagement. I plan to enhance engagement by introducing more interactive content like student takeovers, Q&A sessions, and behind the scene videos. So, say we have a science event, then our Instagram stories won't just be stories. The next day after the event, we can include behind the scenes videos. I think this kind of content is very fun to watch. And also, the people who were in the event would enjoy watching this, and this would enhance our engagement. And student takeovers is somewhat similar to the People in Science initiative, but I feel like we can have science students like who have interesting stories just come up and share them with us, and we can filter them out and share them. This would also enhance engagement. The second one being innovative campaigns. So, based on the trends that are going on, using platforms like TikTok and Instagram to increase student involvement, I believe TikTok is a very rising platform, and using TikTok would really help us to increase engagement. There are so many trends always going on, and it's always a little fun to pick up on people and just ask them if they want to do it with us. And I think this will be a fun initiative that will also help to increase engagement. Synergizing teams, so fostering collaboration between the design and media team and the video and photography departments. I believe that I can effectively use the strengths of both these teams to produce a project that's going to be very good for the committee, which is a digital yearbook. So through the design and media team, we can produce effective designs for the yearbook and come up with good write-ups. And the videography and photography team can give us all the content. This is an end of year project. So throughout the year, there are so many events that happen in science. So a digital yearbook that's basically science stories throughout the year, but expressed digitally. I believe people would really like viewing this, and it's also like a summarizing or something summarizing the whole year that the science club has had, which is what I talk about in the new initiatives, which is the digital yearbook. And science club feature stories to showcase student journeys and faculty highlights. Similarly, like using Instagram and TikTok, etc., to not just publish about what events we're having and what's happening inside those events, but also being a platform that's for the people to the people. So the people in science to the people in science. I think that's going to be a great initiative to have. Coming to why you should pick me, I believe that what I have to offer to the Science Club Management Committee is a unique combination of skills. I have a data-driven approach. I can bring together creativity, and I also have a genuine passion to engage the student community. I believe my skills, when put together, can work to be an effective communications director and bring about changes in this field. Second, being my proven leadership experience, I believe it's a great advantage to have my experience as I've had as a leader. I know how to work with teams and I know how to think through in difficult situations. And I believe I can leverage this experience in different roles to effectively drive initiatives and bring about results. The last one being in depth student insights. I think I have a deep understanding of what resonates with the student body, which enables me to create compelling and impactful campaigns. So, with my diverse skill sets, leadership abilities, and the student centric approach that I have, I believe that I will really be able to touch the student body that is there in science and work effectively with other MC members as well as the subcommittees that will elevate my communication role and ensure the science club's growth and impact on the community. Um, Coming to my course of action that I plan to do if I get elected as the communications director. First one being streamlining social media and publicity. I believe there is still a gap between the student body and what's happening in science. There's a huge part of the audience that's still not being reached, and we need to leverage data to see which platform is working the best with us and experiment with new platforms so that we can enhance engagement and across all of the platforms that we use. The second one is collaborate with the subcommittee. If I get elected as the communications director, I plan to work closely with my subcommittees and create new initiatives that promote a sense of unity between all of us and also ensure that they know that they can talk to me as well as I can reach out to them. So it's a two-way communication street and it's an environment of comfort and trust between us. Um, Another thing that I plan to do is to introduce feedback loops through student surveys because I feel like at every point of time, as individuals, sometimes we are not able to think of what's missing, and sometimes we need feedback from the students themselves to tell us what's going wrong. And so, just conducting regular student surveys and monitoring their feedback to understand the preferences that they have and then adjusting our campaigns accordingly. And the last one being establishing regular meetings. I feel that communication is the biggest thing, not just as my role, but also within my team. As much as we need to communicate with the student body, there should be effective communication between me and my team and me and other MC members as well. And so I plan to schedule weekly progress check ins with my teams so that I can track what's happening, how they're doing. They can share if they have any workload issues with me, and if they want me to change my leadership style so that we can ensure that we as a team also work with peace and produce the best of our abilities. So, by implementing these initiatives, I'm confident that I can elevate the SCMC and the communications team and also foster more and higher student engagement and a stronger sense of community. That's all that I have. Thank you.
Stay here. Okay.
Vidush, Jaika, Vidushi, you have 9 minutes and 20 seconds left for your presentation. Would you wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
We have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee Jaika Vidushi for the portfolio of Communication Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee.
I am Year 1 Chemistry would like to propose to open the Q&A for the nominee Jaika Vidushi for the portfolio of Communication Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee.
We have a seconder for this motion, Alvin.
I have been on Travel Year 1 PSS Analytics, second motion.
Jaika Vidushi, you now have 45 minutes for the Q&A. Brilliant.
I cannot follow him. Santos Retreat Life Sciences. I have 2 questions for you. My first question is: suppose that SDO approaches you saying that there are various interest groups that have been pasting their publicity posters around science notice boards without your approval. This can even include pasting their posters around pillars as well. Outline your course of action. For minute takers, this is question 19.
So my immediate action to this problem would be to first get these posters taken down, which have been put up in science without my approval, so that firstly it's rectified, the issue there and then is rectified, and there's no more harm done by students seeing posters that have not been approved by me yet. The next thing that I would do is to contact the vice president and communicate with him and ask him what should be my response to the STO first of all, because they're at a very high position, and what should be our course of action, and also come up with and see why this is happening, figure out where the fallback in communication has happened, that there are people out there putting out posters that are not being approved by me, that where's the break in the chain where the step where I approve the poster is missing. And if it is students who are not from my subcommittee or from the science lab who are putting up these posters, then come up with a plan with the vice president and see how we can deal with students who are not a part of our committee.
Okay. And for my second question will be a follow-up on this poster question. So suppose that you have now taken down all the posters that are not that were not authorized by you. Then you have received, let's say SCMC has received feedback from some of these interest groups that they were allowed to post these posters on other faculties, and why can't they post it around in science like this? Just outline your course of action. For minute takers, I'll repeat the question. Suppose that you have finished taking down many of the posters, and now you have received feedback from many of these interest groups that are complaining that they were able to post these posters in many of the other faculties, and are wondering why they're not able to do it in science. Outline your course of action.
So my solution to this, my approach to this will be that first of all, I'll speak to these interest groups and tell them that as the communications director and a member of the SCMC, the science faculty does not have approval and does not follow this system where we can have people put up posters that have not been approved. It's not allowed to us, and which is why it will not work here. We cannot amend the rules, and there's a certain protocol that we have to follow. And at the same time, I'll also tell them that if at all there are posters that they want to be put up, they have to go through by me and I need to approve them. If the posters are approved and that they can be published, we will not have an issue with putting them around. The chain of command that needs to be followed, and that cannot be broken.
I'm Mansiga Harish, year 2 Data Science and Analytics. I have two questions for you. A subcommittee member suggests to you that initiatives on TikTok and Instagram Reels are inefficient and it's a waste of the subcommittee's efforts. Outline your consideration and course of action. Okay, for the minute takers, a subcommittee member suggests to you that initiatives on TikTok and Instagram Reels are insufficient and it's a waste of the subcommittee's efforts. Outline your consideration and course of action.
So my approach to dealing with this situation would be to first conduct a meeting with my subcommittee members and see if this is the common consensus. If all of my members really do believe that these initiatives on our platforms are not working out and the efforts are not producing what we're producing, if that is the common consensus and all of the members believe that our initiatives are not working out and they're waste, then I'll use my feedback loops that I just spoke about to see what's been missing, because there's clearly an issue with the outreach or with the plan, what the theme of the campaign, the theme of what we're publishing, or where we're publishing it. So then we go back and we trace back our steps and understand where there was an issue and try to rectify that. For this, I would not only take suggestions from my subcommittee members, but also try to get suggestions from the student body. That is, what platform would give us the most engagement and how we can produce the best of our team's efforts.
So, the majority of your photography and videography team are unable to bring in quantity some of your freshman graduation camps in summer. Outline the course of action. The main because is question 2.
Please don't be ordering because they are looking at the and yeah.
So my first and immediate response, if I get to know that majority of the people are not able to make it for the event, would be to try and arrange people for the event, because we need people there. And for this, I would try to ask other MC members if in their committees they can try and see the availability of people that I can get for my event, because people are not able to show up. uh, for the future and to ensure that this doesn't happen again, first of all, I'll take this up with my team and tell them that just always inform me before a certain deadline, because people need to be arranged for the event, and try and understand if the excess workload was on my part and the division of duties was not foreseen earlier, so that this doesn't happen again. and try to tell them that the yes, everything else is a huge priority, but the science club events have already been laid out and the dates have already been made available to them. So they should try as hard as they can to keep themselves available on those dates, because it's not like it's been one day before that we've told them that the event is tomorrow and they're not able to clear up their schedule.
Hi, Aaron Chung, Year 1 Data Science Analytics. Have one question for you. So, you mentioned how you wanted to implement a data-driven approach. Given that not all your subcommittee members might have a data analysis background, how do you plan to delegate this aspect of your work to your subcommittee?
So I believe there are two aspects to a data-driven approach. The first one is getting the output. That's what requires the technical expertise, knowing how to manipulate the information that you have to get out some numbers and get out some trends. The second aspect is the analysis. And the analysis is essentially what I believe does not need as much technical expertise. Seeing what the differences in the numbers on the different platforms, what are our engagement trends, what are the engagement patterns. This is not something that only someone very proficient in, say, Python or someone who knows how to see a plot can do, because these are numbers and trends that we as students understand. And I believe that writing up and using the data is something that I can do, and ask my subcommittee if there are people who have the expertise and the background who can help me out. Worst case, if there is no one on my team who has any data driven experience, I can write up the codes and I can come out with the information, and I can effectively delegate this to my team to sit and analyze the trends and see where we're falling back or where we're tapping on the most people.
Thank you.
I, Dr. Rachel, your data science and analytics, have two questions for you. For minute taker, this question 20. Since SCMC members usually attend each other's event to show their support, do you think that they should attend the science photo walk, given that there are only 3 DSLR cameras available?
Sorry, can you repeat the part where you said, do you think?
So, since SCMC members usually attend each other's events to show their support, do you think they should attend the science photo walk, given that there are only 3 DSLR cameras?
I believe that the members can work their way around this. They can choose to attend the event, but at the same time, make sure that the cameras are being effectively used. Is that not everyone turns up at the event at the same time? So the members can go up in batches so that they're showing their support, but at the same time, at a specific point of time, there's only a limited number of people in the event. So there are people, the cameras are being used, and everyone does get to attend the event, but it's not all happening at the same time, only for the other members who are just joining the event to show their support.
My second second question is for minute taker, this question one. So during a freshman orientation project, your photographers told you that the SD card went out of space or it ran out of battery and there are no spare SD cards or battery. How perfection?
So my immediate action would be to firstly arrange for the SD card. For this, I would first immediately ask the other members on the video and photography team who are at the orientation camp that if anyone has a spare available with them. Worst case, none of them have a spare SD card available with them. Then I'll ask the other MC members who are there also attending the event to try and circulate it on the subcommittees of their groups if there's anyone attending the event right now with a spare SD card. And my action for this in the future would be to ensure that we do have extras available uh, so that if at all this situation arises, we're prepared for it and we make sure that we have a plan of action and we have spares available to rectify this.
Hi, Tan Jialiang, University Life Sciences, and one question for you. In a hypothetical situation, the flag director requested for a photographer to be present during their upcoming workshop. However, on the day of the workshop, the flag director informs you that no photographer turned up even though the event has just started. Outline your course of action. I'll repeat the question. In a hypothetical situation, the flag director requested for a photographer to be present during their upcoming workshop. However, on the day of the workshop, the flag director informs you that no photographer turned up even though the event has just started. Outline your course of action.
So my immediate action would be first to ask the video and photography team if there's anyone available and immediately reach to the place of the event and take photographs. And if at all there's no one on my team who's available on that day, then I'll turn to the other MC members and request them to circulate this on their group so that there's more people working on this and someone can be immediately arranged so that the event can be photographed. My action in the future, after the event is over, would be firstly to apologize to the flag director for the miscommunication on my part and my member not turning up. Second would be to speak to who was initially assigned for that role and see where the foreign communication happened. if it was some miscommunication on my end, the date went wrong or the venue went wrong, then ensure that this doesn't happen in the future. And if it was just them turning up, not turning up, understanding what the reason was, and also effectively telling them that this is not how it works. If you have made a commitment to me, and by due to the worst case scenario, it's one night before that you know that you cannot turn up at the event, you're still supposed to inform me. A no show and a no tell does not help anyone, and there's no way that we'll be able to arrange someone for it if we don't know that he or she is not going for the event.
Jeremiah. Jeremiah Tan Earn, Year 1 Data Science Analytics. I have two questions for you. In your presentation, you mentioned that you may occasionally take on too many responsibilities at once. As a Year 2 student, how do you intend to effectively manage your academic, SCMC, and external responsibilities without negatively impacting your MC and subcom members?
So
Sorry, for minute takers, I'll repeat my question. In your presentation, you mentioned that you may occasionally take on too many responsibilities at once. As a Year 2 student, how do you intend to effectively manage your academic, SCMC, and external responsibilities without negatively impacting your MC and subcom members?
So I believe, as my leadership style is working with the team, as much as I lead my team, I also believe that I'm part of them, and I really believe in effective delegation. There are going to be times when members of my team are busy, and the others need to take up a little more than the others. There can be a lot of times when me and some other members are busy, and the subcommittee members need to take up some workload. But I think when we start working with each other, there's a certain equation that builds up between everyone, and they kind of understand their roles and also the dependencies on each other. And I think every day, as and when I progress as an STMC member, I learn how to effectively manage everything. There's definitely going to be exam season, there's going to be recess week, there's going to be days when I have assignments due. But in my head, I do know that this is also my priority. And if I have my commitment towards something, I need to be able to fulfill it. And it might just be tough the first time, the second time, or the third time, but I think over time even I'll learn how to effectively make use of my time, set aside a time for my academic commitments, set aside time for my SCMC commitments, as well as for my external CCAs.
And my second question is, the sports director, in a hypothetical scenario, the sports director approaches you requesting for photographer for the upcoming sports show events and science sports games. However, the photographers are unwilling to do so, as they do not want to add on to their already busy schedules, which includes the upcoming photo walk event. Outline your course of action.
So my approach to this situation would be, firstly, when the sports director does ask me for this, to inform him that it might not work out because I'm immediately telling my members and they might be busy, and also find out if someone is available. After doing this, I'll talk with my members, and if they do tell me, if all of them have a lot of workload, then I would ask them another time if at all it's possible, because I know it's really last minute and I cannot overburden them with the event that's already upcoming. And if it is a harsh no from everyone's side, director, and try to understand the urgency of the situation. If at all the sports director is not able to arrange any single person to photograph the event, then I'll try to help out. So, for my team members, I'll tell at least one of them that we can grace a little bit of their duties for the photo op event and split them among the other members if they can turn up for this event. That way, both the things are dealt with immediately. Then in the future, I would approach the sports director and ask them to try and inform me beforehand, because when spoken to immediately, I need to see what is the distribution of work between the other members, and I cannot expect my subcommittee members to turn up on such short notice and also change what the plans and schedules that they already have, because we didn't inform them beforehand.
Same question, Joshua. Year one data science analytics. I'd like to ask you two questions. For minute takers, this is question 18. During subcommittee recruitment, what would your considerations be when choosing your candidates and why?
For my subcommittee recruitments, the biggest two considerations that I'll have would be number one, their communication skills, and second, their willingness to join and work. Communication skills, because to work with a team and bring something to life, you need to know how to communicate to people. You need to be responsible for your commitments, and I think that's a very, very important skill to have. You cannot shy away from asking for help, but at the same time you cannot be too proud to give help. The second one is their willingness to join, because it's not just a tag that you're getting, that member, there's actual work that you have to do. You have to contribute to the committee. And to assess their willingness to join, I will see their ideation skills and the strategies that they have. What they expect is going to be the kind of work that they're going to get, and at the same time, what they believe can help make our projects better. If they have any visions, if they have any new strategies that we can deploy, and see how we as a team can work out better and what can make the science club's reach much larger. So that's one thing I'll see. Another thing is time availability and workload management. If someone already has a lot on their plate, then the club requires commitment. Subcommittee members, they need to be available, not just physically, but also on Telegram, so that we can all communicate. So ensuring that they do have the kind of time availability so that everything can be done effectively.
Hi, Benedict from Wihao Year 2 Life Sciences. I have two questions for you. In a hypothetical scenario, after publishing the Science Survival Guide, someone who's in one of the pictures approaches you to let you know that they're not comfortable with their picture being sent out and distributed publicly. Outline your course of action. For minute takers, this question 37.
So if someone turns up to me and says that they're not comfortable with their pictures being circulated in the survival guide, my immediate action would be to firstly ensure that the distribution of the survival guides is halted for the moment so that we can attend to the issue and there are no more of these being circulated. Then I would turn to the privacy agreement. There must have been a privacy agreement about the consent of the attendees of the events to being clicked and any other privacy agreements that we do have to see if at all there has been any breach or if there hasn't. If there has been a breach and the person did not consent to them being clicked, then I would contact my VP and ask them what's the protocol that needs to be followed. If they need to be reprinted, then again send out a proposal to the VP saying that whatever has happened. The future action would be to ensure that we do have the consent of every member that's being published in our science book of the pictures that are there, that their consent to being out there, and seeing that on the events also when the pictures were taken, we did have their approval and informed them beforehand that it might be that these pictures are publicized and a lot of people are going to see them. So please be there only if you consent for the same. And also talk to the person who had this issue and tell them that I'm taking care of it. But also they should know at the same time that there are student guides that are already out and it'll be taken care of.
My second question is, suppose the VPFOP approaches you in hopes of discussing the possibility of a sponsored post on the Science Club Instagram to offer as part of their terms and conditions in a sponsorship agreement for the whole FOP branch. What is your course of action? For
Can you repeat the part where what the post is?
Sure. Suppose the VPFOP approaches you in hopes of discussing the possibility of a sponsored post on the Science Club Instagram to offer as part of their terms and conditions in a sponsorship agreement for the whole FOP branch. What is your course of action? For minute takers, this is a variant of question 36.
Just to clarify on the question, the FOP has a sponsorship agreement with a certain company, and in those terms and conditions, we have to let out a post on our Instagram.
They're asking you whether it's possible.
Okay, got it. So my action to this would be to first check the relevance of the post. If at all it is that yes, the post is catering to also the science club audience, or it can manipulate it in a certain way so that both the things can be achieved, the FOP's commitments as well as the audience that we're catering to, and we can turn the post around in a certain way, then figure out that. But if that's not possible, then I would tell VPFOP that it's not possible, because if we put up something like this once, there's a fair chance that in the future someone or the other will expect us to do this again, and that's not what we want the Science Club Instagram to become. It's the purpose is to contact the audience and give out relevant information, and we cannot disturb that pattern and that algorithm.
Hi, Calvin Pauline Santos, UG Life Sciences. I have two questions for you. My first question would be: suppose that SDO approaches you for help in making a video that would promote one of their events. Let's say a case competition of theirs. Outline your course of action.
So given that the STO is at a much higher position, immediate action would be to first contact my VP and ask them if this is under our scope as the Science Club, promoting this thing and working on this. If my VP does say yes, then I'll come up with an approach to make this video, but at the same time, first discuss it with my VP, because this is something we're doing for the dean, and there's a certain protocol that I should follow and make sure that nothing goes wrong on my part. If he says no, then I'll ask them what the next steps are, because I can't just turn up to the dean and say, no, I can't do this for you. I need to know from the VP what the effective steps are, if they will take it up with their seniors, or if I'm supposed to draft an email responding to the dean.
Okay, and for my second question, you mentioned previously in your presentation that you have quite a lot of initiatives for trying to expand the interactivity with Science Club, such as live Q&As and behind the scenes videos. You also have some ideas of collaborating DAM and VAP in the creation of something like a digital yearbook. In many of these initiatives, help outline what are the considerations and problems you can foresee in trying to execute them. For minute takers, I'll repeat the question. In your presentation, you have said many initiatives to help boost the outreach of Science Club, such as live Q&As and behind-the-scenes videos, and even a collaboration between DAM and VAP in producing a digital yearbook. What are the considerations and problems that you can foresee in trying to execute this?
I am Samoya Chemistry would like to propose the Q&A for the Hi, Samoya Chemistry would like to propose for 15-minute time extension for Q&A.
I have a second motion. Okay.
Hi, I'm Yong Chao Wei, Year 1 Data Science Analytics, second motion.
Need takers, please set the timer when the time elapses.
So to answer your question, first talking about the problems that I feel the digital yearbook can face, where I collaborate with the digitals and media team and the video and photography team, is cross-team communication as well as effective delegation, not just between these two teams, but within these two teams. Since the digital yearbook is one project, there are going to be things where we need the members of the DAM team to communicate with the members of the VAP team, and they might not have done that so much in the past. So ensuring this communication might be a little bit of a hindrance, and also understanding the delegation of duties between these two teams. It shouldn't be that the photography team has a lot more work than the digitals and media, or the other way around. So ensuring a balance of work might be a task. For the Q&As, what could cause an issue is that they might not be as interesting, perceived as very interesting Q&As to the audience. So we need to come up with questions that the students would like to listen to answers to, because our purpose of these Q&As is engagement. And I think the issue that can come up with the behind the scenes is that it's released much after the event. I think a behind the scenes video is much more effective if the event was on, say, a Monday, then it's released within the next week, because people are still active, they know about the event, they want to see everything that happened, they want to see the behind the scenes. But if it's compiled and published like 2 weeks later, 2.5 weeks later, then it might not gather as much engagement. So I think that can be a hindrance.
Hi, the first question is in regards to your feedback initiative. Suppose in a hypothetical situation, you receive multiple true and unnecessary spam feedbacks. Comment on whether these feedbacks should be considered seriously.
Firstly, I think in this case, I would use my data driven approach to filter out the responses and just not include those responses that are not relevant to our questions, such as omitting words that are not relevant to us, or responses that do not make sense. Like, limit the kind of responses that we're accepting. If in those responses there are further feedbacks that are just trolling or unnecessary to us, then I will not consider them, because I feel like that's to put down the moral of the other person, or for reasons that are not of any use to the committee. But if at all any of them is a very serious thing, say it's kind of like a threat or something, and that we weren't prepared for, then I would contact my VP, just so that everyone is informed and there's a certain protocol that's been followed. Most likely nothing is going to happen and it's just a shot in the air, but I think everyone should be informed if at all there is something.
So my second question to you is, in a hypothetical scenario, during alumni homecoming, one of your subcom member on photography duty complains to you that an alumni is harassing him or her. Outline your course of action.
So my immediate action would be to first attend to any senior that I have on the event, and I wouldn't just go around looking for my VP because I feel like this is a very pressing issue. And whoever is the first person that I see is senior to me, I would speak to them and tell them that my member is facing this issue because they're at a better position to see what needs to be done. The second thing that I would do would be to stay with my member who's feeling unsafe till there's been an action that has been taken so that there is someone with him or her at all times. And if at all it is deemed necessary, then there must be security at our events, and the seniors will take up the necessary actions.
Hi, Jacob. I will give you another question for you. You mentioned that you would like to start a new digital yearbook in your new initiatives. Given that there exists a similar booklet called the Science Freshman Guide that will be given out during SAO, what are your how do you intend to differentiate it from the Science Freshman Guide?
I would like to clarify that it's science survival guide.
Simply.
And it's not just sound, it's for all freshmen.
Yeah, so how do you intend to differentiate it from that?
So I think the most distinct difference between the survival guide and my yearbook is that the survival guide is a beginning of the year thing. You give it to the freshmen so that they know what's coming up and what they need to be prepared for, where the venues are, what events take place. The yearbook is kind of like a concluding thing to conclude the year that science has. The biggest difference, one also being that it's a digital yearbook compared to the physical science guide. And in my yearbook, I plan to include not just what the event is, but what happened in the event in this year. So, like clips of good memories from the events, videos of pictures that are going on, and write ups on what happened, because it's kind of like a summary of what happened. I believe the science student guide is a description of what is going to happen, and I think that's a distinct difference. And also, the survival guide is mainly for freshmen to be prepared for what's coming up, but the yearbook is it's for everyone. Whoever was a part of the event, wasn't a part of the event, wants to just see what happened in science. So I think as concepts itself, they are distinct. The purpose of the yearbook is not informing, it's just kind of putting like a show with write ups and videos to conclude what happened throughout the year.
I can Samuel, year one data science and analytics. Have two questions. So hypothetically, one of your photographers wants to drop out of your subcommittee due to them feeling they are not getting enough credit for their efforts under your course of action. For many takers, hypothetically, one of your photographers wants to drop out of your subcommittee due to them feeling they're not getting enough credit for their efforts under your course of action.
So my immediate action would naturally be to talk to them and see why they're this way. Has it been an issue from our part when we're not appreciating their efforts much, or they're feeling invalidated or not needed in the team? Because that's not the kind of culture or relation that I want to exist in my team for anyone. Everyone likes feeling valued for the contributions that they're making, and every member of my team should feel important enough. So I would try talking to them, and if it has been a genuine issue, I would really apologize to them and tell them that we'll take care of this in the future and make sure that you don't feel unnecessary or invalidated, and tell them how we really do appreciate all the efforts of our team. But if they're really insisting on dropping out of the team and me talking to them is not working, then I would contact my VP and see what the procedure is about a member wanting to leave the subcommittee.
So for my second question, the VP approaches you and asks you to help with the publicity of events from one of the academic societies, aligning your course of action. Question 7.
I believe that I wouldn't consider this issue because academic societies, even if they're under the science club, they do have their own platforms. And if we try to publicize one event of one society throughout the year, there's going to be all the societies coming at us and asking us to publicize their events. And how many times can you give the explanation that their event was different or that it was more valid to a general science faculty than yours was? So I think I would not approve of publicizing events of societies, not because one event is going to really distort the audience, but because it won't be one event, then it's going to be so many societies asking us to do the same.
My next question, Joshua, year 1 data science analytics. I have one question for you. Given that you mentioned that you intend to take up an internship in the summer, and given that MC members are usually heavily involved in FOP camps during that time, how do you intend to balance your commitments to the science club and your academics?
So my plan for this is that majorly the dates are all out. We know what's gonna happen and when it's gonna happen. So at least beforehand, I'm gonna make sure that I have my teams ready and I've done my work before the day of the event. If it happens that due to something very sudden and I know that I won't be able to turn up on a certain day, firstly I would inform my seniors that I won't be available on that day, and make sure that whatever responsibilities that I have are fulfilled through my team. My team is made aware and I've delegated my work effectively. And another thing is, if I cannot be physically present, I know that I can work remotely and I'm always going to be there. I'll always be contactable. So if any issue arises and my members don't know how to proceed with the same and I'm not there, then they can always contact me and we can work our way through it. And I think I know what commitments I have and what's coming, and I'll also make my schedule accordingly. And if say there's an event that I need to be there at, then I'm going to be there for an event. I'm going to arrange the same with my internship and speak to them and just make it work.
I have a follow-up question for you then. So in a hypothetical scenario, based on what you've mentioned, your vice director approaches you or messages you while you're on internship, giving you feedback that multiple of your subcommittee members have feedback that they feel you are shunning your responsibilities as a director and pouring all of your work onto them instead. Outline your course of action.
Firstly, before the day of the event, if I know that I'm not going to be able to be there, I'm going to try and make sure to distribute all my duties amongst the members so that it's not that 5, 6 of them feel like they're doing all of my work and everyone else is doing something else. That's not what we want. And also, I would fulfill all my duties that I can do before the day of the event so that it's only on the day duties of mine that need to be delegated between my members. If at all an issue like this arises and I'm being texted this thing, I would request them to just proceed with the event on that day and just work everything out and then conduct a meeting in the evening and try to understand why they feel this way. Also, try to communicate my part with them, what commitments I had and what I was doing, and also tell them the work that I did because I feel like sometimes there's a lot of work that people are not aware you're doing and they feel like what they see is that you're just giving them work. So I would also inform them that I have done my duties and there's only been a little bit of it that I have really delegated to them and they shouldn't feel this way in the future.
Hi, Avinov Chowbe, Year 1 Data Science and Analytics. I have one question for you. So in a hypothetical scenario, you found out that the right director has been approaching SDO directly for email classes. So let's say regarding like freshman signups, without asking you first for approval. So outline your course of action. For me takers, this is based on the question 15.
So my first reaction to this would be to first check the authenticity of where this news is coming from. Like it really is valid and this is really happening. Because I would only take it a step further if I know that it's happening. It could just be something stirred up and it's not true. If it is true, then I would contact the RAG director and try to understand what has happened. Where has it been a breach in communication between us or the protocol that we're supposed to follow, where they miss the part where they have to reach out to me? And at the same time, I would inform my VP that this has happened because if it's something that's not been approved by me that needed to and it has reached the dean, then it might just come back to us. And I think everyone should know. So I would inform my VP about whatever has happened. For the future course of action, I would make sure that the communication process is laid out well enough. The RAC director also knows when to approach me and when to get whatever it is approved by me, and also knows that he or she cannot send it out ahead without having my approval.
Hi, Santhini Rachel, Year 3 Data Science and Analytics has one question for you. Given that there are many extra copies of physical yearbook every year at the end of the year, do you think that we should scrap the idea of having physical yearbook and just stick to your idea of having a digital yearbook?
Vidushi, as there is a lack of time remaining, we will ask you one more question.
Hello, Yola Chemistry have one question for you. Suppose that the SVC, the Science Volunteer Course Director asked to collaborate to film a video for publicity for one of their events. Outline your considerations.
So for the first question, I think for the first 2 to 3 versions of our digital yearbook, we shouldn't scrap out the physical yearbook entirely. We should reduce the numbers that we're producing, but keep some so that we can see the kind of reach and engagement that our digital yearbook is gathering. And if it does turn out that the physical one was more effective, then we continue with that. And if we see that the digital yearbook is doing really well, then we can eventually scrap out the idea of having the physical yearbook. Coming to the second question, that is if the SVC director asks me to film a video to outline. Sorry, I got confused.
So suppose that the SVC director asked to collaborate with comms to film a video for publicity for one of the events, upcoming events. Outline your considerations.
So my first action would be to first inform the STC director again that it might not be 100% possible. I'll ask my team if it can happen, but they should also try and ask any other sources that they have so that if there's anyone who's 100% available, they have it done at the earliest. The next thing I would do is contact my team and ask them if they're free, if they're available, anyone's ready to take up the task. And if no one is available, then I would inform the director that it's not being able to come through, and they should just try to inform me in advance so that I can already keep someone assigned for the task, because one day before my members already have commitments. And which is why if they tell me beforehand, then in the future I'll always make sure that if I can help them out, I have someone ready for them.
May I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee, Jaika Vidushi, for the portfolio of Communication Director for the Political Science Club Management Committee? Hammer.
I, Hamaya Chemistry, would like to propose to close the portfolio of Communication Director for the Politics Management
May I have a seconder for this motion?
I have been on radio one, data science analytics, second motion.
The first question being when the STO approaches me about the posters going around that have not been approved by me. One different thing that I missed out in my previous response was that I will contact those interest groups who are going around putting these posters and tell them not to. And it's true, it's not physically viable to go down in science and put down every possible poster that we see that has not been approved by me. So, the correct approach would actually be to contact the interest groups who are putting them around and ask them to put a stop to it and at least get them approved by me if they really want something out there so that this issue is resolved. The second scenario is the photo walk event where we have only three DSLR cameras and it's whether we as the other science members should attend the event or not. I believe that some other things that could have been were also that we could try to arrange for more DSLR cameras. We could ask the team, we could ask the people if there's anyone. If not DSLR cameras, then just normal cameras. If any of us have them, if other members have them, or if the participants can bring in their own cameras. And if that also doesn't work out and we just want a lot of people to event, even us as science members can we could always consider the option of using the cameras on our phone because it's about everyone being there. So that's one thing that I would do differently. This is also very similar to the question about the SD card, the battery on the SD card running out. I spoke about how I would try to arrange for spares and also in the future ensure that we do have spares with us. But if it comes down to a situation where we're not able to find anything, then we can always consider an option of finding another camera if anyone has them. If not another camera, then we can ask that person whose SD card has run out to use their phone to click pictures. And if we feel like we already have a lot of people responsible for this task who are taking the pictures, then maybe that person can be put on to something else where there's lesser manpower and they can do the same thing. So that's one way that this situation can be worked out. The next situation was where someone was not comfortable about their photo being circulated on the science guide. I spoke about how we would consider the privacy agreement and we would see if we did have consent or not. And we would immediately stop circulating them with that person's picture so that it doesn't go ahead. But what also needs to be considered is given that even if we did have their consent, what's the kind of image of the science hub that will be built going around that someone is not liking that picture being published and still it's being circulated. So I think that should be put to a stop. But what we'd also need to consider in this situation is that the science guides still need to be let out. So now the cost of changing the pictures and reprinting the science guides and letting them out again, all of this requires a proposal for which I need to contact the VP and ask them if I should let out this proposal and how we want to go about this procedure. I also think this situation can be linked to the question about the digital yearbook. Had such a situation risen on the digital yearbook, tackling the situation would have been much more cost efficient. If someone does not like their video going around, we can stop the circulation of the yearbooks and change the picture or modify the video and send it out again. So I think a digital platform would be easier to rectify issues that we face, time wise also and cost wise also. The next situation was about how my members might feel that I'm essentially just giving up all of my duties to them. And as the director, that's not what I want. As much as I want to lead them, I also want to work with them. I want them to think that I am a part of their team and they are not just under me or subordinate to me. So I would make sure that I communicate with them, like my meetings are frequent, so they know I'm there, I'm available. And at times when I'm not, like I need my work to be delegated, then I would speak to my vice director and the heads so that they can take care of efficient delegation within the other members because when it comes to duty allocation within the team, it won't be me speaking to every member. The vice director can help me out with this, the heads can help me out with this. So that's a different approach that I would carry. The next scenario was about the FOP sponsored post on Instagram, the VP FOP contacting me. The one thing that I did not mention was that that's not the protocol that's followed. For any sponsorship related issues, the VP FOP is supposed to talk to my VP. So I need to inform my VP about them contacting me, and then they can see why I was contacted directly and inform me if whatever the steps are that I need to proceed with. The next scenario was the posts about the academic societies asking us to post for them. Another thing that can be considered is that they might be also hosting events that are there for the entire science body and not just catering to these clubs. And these events can be publicized on our platforms and they can be promoted. So we don't need to immediately shun out the idea of promoting their events. So if it's felt like it's impacting and helping us engage with the entire audience in science, we can still post for them. But if it's a small event only for the specific society, then we should avoid so, because then other societies are going to ask us to do the same for them. The next one was about the hindrances that I feel could arise for my visions and plans, essentially the Q&As and the behind the scenes. Some other things that also need to be considered are that these are additional events, like additional tasks that we're taking up. So they require more manpower, they require more time from the part of my team. So communicating with them and seeing how we can plan this out, when can we get people in every event to stay back longer, and how we can distribute the videos and photography teams to such that some are capturing the event but some are also capturing like the hidden moments of the event, because that's what's really going to help us with the behind the scenes. And then also the cost of production of the behind the scenes, if there's any nicer video editing platforms that they want to use, there's any subscriptions, there's anything of that sort, then those costs need to be considered. And even for the Q&As, as much time is needed to film them, to see who we're asking, like to evaluate the person that we want to ask from, and also writing the script. All of these require additional time on the part of my team. So this work also needs to be effectively delegated and managed so that everything works out smoothly and my members aren't extremely pressurized. Uh, Another scenario that I missed out an approach on was about the alumni meet, where there was a senior said to be harassing a member of my team. I spoke about how I would find the closest senior available, preferably the VP, and try to attend to the matter. But I also need to consider that there are going to be heads present. There's going to be the dean present. There's going to be an alumni head present. So whoever I see first, I inform them. But I also make sure that the hierarchy is carried on and this issue is constantly being attended to, because it's a pressing issue. If I saw the VP first and I see that they are occupied with something and this issue is really important, then I contact whoever I see next, because this needs to be attended to as fast as it can. Uh, Another scenario was about a photographer on my team not feeling very important and credited. I think one solution to that can be that, say we're uploading our digital yearbook or the science guide or a post. So the digital yearbook, when we have the picture, below every picture can be the name of the photographer who took it. So they feel like people know that they're the ones who took that picture. Similarly, for Instagram posts, we can have a credits in the description that just mention whoever have clicked those pictures. For the digital yearbooks, we could have a credit section where we provide credits to those who have made the video, those who've taken the pictures, kind of like a special mention and a special thanks. I think all of these also really touch the other person and they make them feel nicer. And then the next time they would want to do it with much more passion and dedication and produce even nicer pictures or even nicer videos. So that's one thing. And another question about whether we should entirely scrap out the physical copies of the science guide. And as two other things that should have been considered were the budget and the proposal that will be have to made. Yes, reducing the copies would help us reduce our budget, but what if the digital yearbook costs producing more? So we'd have to balance out that cost and see how it's fitting. And also, I'll have to write up a proposal about wanting to either entirely scrap out the physical copies of the student guide or reduce the copies that we're going to print. So those are a few things that I would change in my approach. In general, I would not. I think what was not clear in my previous responses was that when I'm tapping on my subcommittee, it's not all of the members. I don't mean that I'll go and speak to every member. When it comes to delegation of duties, I'll speak to the vice director and the head. When it comes to collaboration between the VAP teams and the DAM teams, I talk to the directors and heads of their teams, maybe make them meet so that we can effectively distribute the duties between the team. So that's one thing. And for all of the events, I as much as I will rely on my teams, I can always use the help of other MC members if I need something. And informing my VP is a must for everything that happens. But there are a lot of things that also need to be considered in scenarios that are who else is getting affected, the student body, the budgets that need to be considered, the new proposals that need to be written up. So those are a few more things. And if something goes wrong on the day of the event, my approach shouldn't be to just find a solution to that issue, but maybe look for replacement options or look for other ways that the same task can still be achieved. So that's what I would like to say.
Dr. Vidushi, you have 7 minutes and 16 seconds left for the presentation. Do you wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
We have a proposal to open the re-Q&A for the nominee, Jaika Vidushi, for the portfolio of Communication Director for the Science Park Management Committee.
Hi, Hamo here. Chemistry would like to propose a re-Q&A for the Q&A for the committee, Jaka Vidushi, for the portfolio of Communication Director for the Trustees and
May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin?
Alvin on Tower on Business Analytics. Yes, motion.
Okay, Jaika Vidushi, now have 5 minutes for re-Q&A. William?
I can call William Santos, Yoshi Life Sciences, and 2 questions for you. My first question would be about follow-up. So follow-up usually takes place in semester 2 recess week, which is together with many other science club events such as Limelight from Bash, science sports games from sports, and even some of the SCAM and SAL GTs. So there's going to be a conflict in dates. How would you manage this conflict? For the minute takers, science follow-up is usually takes place in recess week of semester 2, and this conflicts with many other events such as Bash Limelight, science sports games, and the SCAM and SAL GTs. How would you manage this conflict?
So my approach to this would be, first of all, to effectively distribute the manpower in these events. Uh, Given that they're happening in the recess week and they're all happening back to back, a lot of my members are going to have a lot of commitments and a lot of workload. So ensuring that there's sets of people that are attending those events so that they have their time off at the same time, so that there's not too much workload on them. And at the same time, we have the dates beforehand So assigning the duties beforehand, checking up on everyone's schedule, and making sure that the best schedule is matched to the best person. I'll use the help of my vice directors for the same, so that they can also keep communicating with the members and see which members are best assigned to attend which event. And at the same time, I would tell my vice directors to also take in the opinion of these members about if they have a preference about certain events. That if two of them, like if someone really wants to be there for sports geo, then we can just keep them for those like two events out of the three, and keep someone else for other two events out of the three, so that all our people are distributed equally, but at the same time we make sure that no one has a lot of burden on them. And if it is needed that we're falling short on manpower, then I can rely on other MC members and ask them if there are people available in their teams that can help me out. Given that it's going to be a really busy time and almost everyone is going to have people occupied, so any extra person would just help out, and which is why I can always also ask other members if they have people on their teams who can be there.
Okay. For my second question, suppose a subcommittee member of yours comes up to you with the idea of having multiple photo walks, as they believe that one photo walk is not enough. Outline your thoughts about this.
So there are a lot more things my subcom member about multiple photo walks. Uh, the first one is everything that will be needed if at all we agree to this. Time commitment, not just on the day of the event when people are going to be needed to present, but also the time commitment that's required for planning out the events, because there's already so many events happening and much more photo walks, so much more planning, and also time that it takes after the event to just publish the pictures and talk about what happened, post stories. So it's a huge time commitment. Other than that, we need to have camera availability, more events, so we need to make sure that the cameras are available on those events. uh, and if at all this proposal should be approved, it should be if we have a lot of people attending the photo walk the first time. Say that there's a huge amount of people coming. That means people are really interested in this. And if the subcommittee, first I would talk to my subcommittee and ask them if they feel like they have the time to do this. And if they say that yes, we feel like we'll be able to manage this and we'll be able to make this happen, that's when I'll send a proposal to my VP saying that we're pitching for multiple photo walk events. But if my team feels like their workload is going to increase and it's not working out, then I wouldn't go ahead with this plan. And that's going to be my approach to it.
I think today's year one data science and analytics. I have one question for you. Communication subcommittee has not been spending much of its allocated budget in previous years. So the honorary treasurer informed that they intend to cut communications budget to reallocate the underutilized funds to other subcommittee. Outline your course of action. To the minute takers, this is question 21.
So I believe that a budget cut would affect some of the things that we as the communications team would do. Uh, as a communications team, we have production costs, which are maybe editors that my team uses, or some platforms that they use to produce visuals. Those have costs, and video costs, which are producing videos, like filmmaking and all of these. So these things have costs. Other than that, there can be costs here and then, annual subscriptions, cameras. So all of these need to be considered. And if there has been a budget cut, then I would revisit the previous budget and see where the funds of our the communications teams were actually allocated. And if the new budget falls in place with it, then obviously we can go ahead with it. But if we feel like after the budget cuts there's some things that might not work out for us, then I would try and see if I can manage to cut budgets in any other areas. If maybe out of the entire team, two or three can have subscriptions and all of the other members can use their accounts, or if something can be worked around it. And if it can't, then we would come up with a proposal about our budget needed to be that we need our budget to be revamped. Like, maybe we didn't use all of our funds, so a budget cut, but not as big as the current one, because right now, if they're too low. So I would send up a proposal to my VP asking if this can be done.
Hi, my name is Harish, here to Data Science Analytics. I have two questions for you. So my first question is, in light of ARC's headshot event, the Alumni Relations Director approaches you and requests for your subcom members to teach ARC team on how to handle DSLR cameras and to take good photos. Outline your thoughts when considering this request.
So for this, I need to consider the workload and the time and the commitments of my team members. Even if there's no upcoming event from the science lab itself, or there's no commitments that they have towards me at that time, they could have their own plans, they could have their own schedules that cannot be disrupted. So ask them if any of them are willing to take this up, if they have the it. And if they do agree, then I would contact the director and I would tell them that yes, I do have people, but at the same time, I would request them to not take up too much of their time. They'll be there for some time, help you out, help your members out a little, but then please let them leave. And if there's no one who has the time, I cannot insist, I cannot force them to do this, because I've already assigned their duties and they've already have a lot of commitments towards me. Everything else that they have scheduled out cannot be disrupted because of this. So I would inform the alumni director that there's no one available on my team at this moment who can help them out. But we can try to find a way around it. I can ask my members to maybe suggest some YouTube videos or some other platform that can be given as a suggestion to them. And I can tell them that you can ask your people to watch this video or something of that sort.
My second question to you is, Alumni Relations Committee borrows DSLR cameras for its headshot event. Suppose one of the cameras are returned damaged and you weren't informed. Outline your course of action.
So if the camera is returned damaged, I believe there's four essential things that need to be done. Uh, the first thing is that I would contact the director and ask them what happened, why I wasn't informed about this, and that we've been returned with a damaged camera. and I would try to understand what has happened so that I can inform the VP about the whole situation that took place. The issue now is that given that a camera is damaged, we might need it in the future. So we'd also need to arrange for a replacement or an extra camera. So that also needs to be done. So talking to the team and telling them to look out if anyone has an extra camera, if not a DSLR, then any camera that needs to be kept with us for future events till this situation is fixed and the camera is not damaged anymore. And also the costs that are going to arise for fixing the camera, and if it's not being able to fix, then a new camera. All of these also need to be considered, and putting all these together, I need to speak to my VP.
Okay. Same question, Joshua. Year one data science analytics, I have one question for you. So your VPR approaches you, which is to start a new initiative in the form of a monthly newsletter in collaboration with the other academic society. For context, your VPR believes that this will increase awareness of the other academic disciplines and support the ADCC events as well. So your VPR wants your subcommittee to make and publish the newsletter. Outline your thoughts.
So I believe that a monthly newsletter, as interesting and good as an initiative it sounds, it requires a lot. It requires a lot of time commitment. It requires a lot of verification, a lot of validation, and if the VPR really wants this to be done, then firstly I would talk about the terms with them, and if it wants to be it's a collab with the academic societies and us, then for the newsletter the academic societies should send us their write-ups and their pictures. It shouldn't be that my team is sitting and writing up for them and writing up for their events and everything. That should be sent to us from the societies, because those academic societies have their own designated teams for this task. And if these terms are agreed on, then I'll speak to my team. I'll speak to the vice director first and see if they also feel that this initiative is going to have a good impact and is going to get us good engagement. If my team feels that it can be done, then I also need to assign members for every month. So beforehand, delegate members, like ask the VD to delegate members who are going to take up the newsletter every month, so that there's everyone does the work, but at the same time, it's not all of them working on something when it's not needed. So effective distribution of duties, and I'll also ensure that the workload is not societies send us everything of theirs. What also needs to be considered is the cost. Does the VP want these to be physical newsletters that are just sent out as physical copies, or do they want them to be online digital copies? Because then the proposal that needs to be sent up should also include the cost commitments. So that's also another thing that needs to be considered.
Hi, welcome to Year 2 Life Sciences. One question for you. For example, even though the EWP is heavily publicized with multiple email blasts, Telegram announcements, and Instagram posts, most students only realize this event is ongoing when they see the physical booth. What do you think are possible reasons for the lack of outreach in spite of many publicity efforts? For minute takers. For example, even though the EWP is heavily publicized with multiple email blasts, Telegram announcements, and Instagram posts, most students only realize this event is ongoing when they see the physical booth. What do you think are possible reasons for the lack of outreach in spite of many publicity efforts?
So I believe there are a few reasons that these issues take place. Number one being that owing to our the academic side of our university, there's a lot of people who only check their Outlook for academic emails, and any blasts and emails that are not related to their curriculum, they do not view them. So that's one reason. Another reason I feel for the Telegram posts is that people tend to stop opening Telegram groups if they feel like there are too many blasts. So if I joined a Telegram group and I saw it on day one and I saw it on day two, but on day three I feel like there's 50 more messages and only two of them were relevant to me, then they stop opening the chat, and that's when they miss out on relevant information or events. That's another reason. Another reason could be the lack of followers. So Instagram is such a platform that you'll only see the story or you'll only see the post if you follow that account. So there's not a lot of people following the Science Club Instagram, given the size of the cohort. So that's also one thing which is why a lot of people are not able to know about our events. And of course, academic commitments. People are very, very busy, and which is why they're not able to take out the time for such things. And on a day that they're free and they see an event happening is a lot of the times when they actually get to know about the event. So these are some reasons that we're not able to reach to a huge audience.
Hi, Tan Liang, Life Sciences, and one question for you. There is no need for a communication subcommittee since every subcommittee has their own publicity department. Comment on this statement. I repeat, there is no need for a communication subcommittee since every subcommittee has their own publicity department. Comment on this statement.
So I don't believe in this statement for obvious reasons. I'm running for the role of the communications director. I want my subcommittee. But there's a lot of reasons for it. Yes, every other team does have their own publicity, but the communications team helps to not just foster collaboration between these departments, but also provide to them. We're present at events where like people are there with cameras and they're taking pictures, they're taking videos. So arranging those cameras. Sometimes there's going to be a team that needs more cameras from my team. There's going to be other teams who need people from my team because there's not enough manpower to take their pictures. So that's one thing. Another thing is that the publicity teams of those subcommittees would work to just fulfill their tasks of essentially publicizing them, but the communications team would work to publicize the science club. Our initiatives are for NUS science, so everything that my team will come up with and initiatives that my team wants to do are to expand the outreach of the entire science club and not any smaller aspect of it. So that's also, I think, a very, very important feature of my committee that the publicity teams of any other subcommittees will not be able to take up.
I'm Dr. Tan, Year 2 Life Sciences. I have one question for you. So this is with regards to your answer previously. You mentioned possible reasons for the lack of outreach. How do you think the Science Club can then improve its publicities to fix these issues with our current system? For minute takers, so you mentioned possible reasons for the lack of outreach. How do you think the Science Club can then improve its public to fix these issues with our current system?
So I believe one of the biggest strategies that we as the communications team can have to improve outreach is to use platforms that are much more engaging. So let's consider Instagram. On Instagram, if you upload a story or put up a post, it's only people who are following that account or visiting that account are going to see them. But at the same time, if you upload a reel, then there's a high chance that because of Instagram's algorithm, someone just scrolling the reel would come across the science page, science account's reel. So that's one thing. Another way is TikTok. People love watching TikToks. So using that platform more, using platforms that people enjoy watching, it's much better than watching just a story. And like Q&A sessions, science stories, people in science, making our social platforms not something that's from the science team to the science people, but maybe something that's from the science people to the science people. So fostering more inclusivity of those who are not essentially in the committee but just a part of science. They can pop up on our stories, they can share something, they can show their excitement for an upcoming event. I think things like these people would really like to watch, and this would really increase our outreach. And we can also, another thing that we can do is letting out some more posters. I know this has a huge budget constraint, printing those posters, putting them out, but in order to do this, we can cut down on things that are not working out. Maybe if all of our emails are not working out as much, all of our digital posters are not working out as much, then putting them out physically and seeing if we're able to get more engagement. At the same time, obviously considering the budget. Another thing that I feel can be done is the Telegram blasts. I feel like if an event is in 2 weeks, then posting about it for 14 days is going to make someone stop opening the chat at the 10th day. So instead, like, try to find out a way when you post at the right time so that you know that people are seeing this and they're aware that the event is going to happen. So things like these are going to help us expand our outreach and also increase engagement.
Let's see, question Joshua, year one data science analytics has one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, say halfway through a semester, one of your vice directors informs you that they have agreed to take up an overseas internship and it will start next week. Outline your course of action.
So my immediate action to this would be to firstly ask them what all tasks right now that are ongoing that need to be attended to, and I would tell them that before they leave for their internship, they finish all these things up that they've already started working on. Because if they've already started working on something, it's tough to delegate it to someone else and ask them to do it. The next thing I would do is ask them to come up on a meeting with me and firstly, obviously, talk to them about how sudden this is and how it's unfair to the science team that they already have some commitments to us, and one day they just popped up and told me that they're not going to be available anymore. But after this tough conversation, I'll obviously have to ask them about who they think is the next best person to fit their role in the team, because they have interacted and spoken to the members of the subcommittee much more, and they would know much better about who's more prepared. So I would take up some suggestions, and then of those people, I would have to conduct recruitment, interview those people, and see who's the best fit to then act as the vice director for the remaining time, if need be. If I feel like there's not a lot of huge tasks that are coming on the way and it can be managed with just the head, then maybe I would just skip on that depending on the situation. Another thing would be to ask the vice director to delegate the duties between the members effectively before they leave for what's coming in the immediate 2 weeks, because 2 weeks are going to be of unrest now that the vice director is not there. So he or she needs to effectively delegate and distribute the work between the members. And then I would contact my vice president and tell them that such a situation has risen and one of my vice director wants to leave because of an internship, and what's the protocol that needs to be followed.
Hi, Jayakumar. I will go to the next question for you. Your VP FOP comes to you with his one FOP plan and requests that, if possible, no other post should be made on Insta during summer, as it will disrupt the cohesiveness of his vision. What are your considerations?
So firstly, if the VPFOP says something like this to me, my first thing would be that I cannot make such a commitment already, because it's a long time period, and I don't know when something can pop up that needs to be put up. So even though I'll try, I can't make a commitment to them right now. The next thing that would be that I would discuss with my team how we can deal with this situation. Maybe if there are events that don't necessarily need to be posted on our Instagram. We can put them through stories, we can use Telegram or other channels to publicize them. But if we feel like there is something that needs to be posted, it needs to be there on the science page, then I'll have to do the same.
Hi, Kenneth William Santos, Year 3 Life Sciences. I have two questions for you. My first question is, suppose that during the science faculty t-shirt competition, SDO complains that some of the designs that you have showcased in the competition is not aesthetically pleasing. Outline your course of action.
So my first response to this would be to evaluate all of the submissions that we've made of the designs and talk to my team and talk to other MC members as well to get reviews on the designs changed and then resubmit the designs. So basically review of all of the designs that we have, and out of the ones that we submitted, which were the ones that failed to impress, and see what can be done again. But at the same time, this would require a lot of time because asking everyone again which designs they think are better and not. So informing the SDO that I'm taking up this issue, but my response might be a little delayed since we're reconsidering all the designs. That's one thing that I would do, and also inform my VP that this procedure has been delayed because the STO stated that they did not find all of the designs very aesthetically pleasing. So we're re-looking at all the designs and then making a resubmission.
For my second question, people, science members usually join communications wanting to learn a new skill. For example, people would like to join videography and photography because they wish to learn more about how to use a camera and how to do videography. How would you go about providing them the opportunity to upskill and learn more while keeping the quality of let's say the videos and photographs done in communications? For the minute takers, I'll repeat the question. People usually join communications with wanting to learn a new skill, such as learning how to use a camera and how to take photos and videos. How would you go about trying to upskill them and having them learn how to better improve their photography and videography, for example, while also maintaining the quality of videography and photography?
So one thing that I would do to just help them upskill and keep like improving the quality of what they're doing is to ask my VD to ensure to arrange some meetups between these people whenever they have the time, so they can go around taking some pictures, sharing them between each other, and exchanging skills and talking about how it can get better, so that these pictures can be shared across between them and they can improve looking at one another. Another would be that there's going to be people who are more experienced, there's going to be people who are less experienced. So asking the more experienced people to, if they do have the kind of time and the willingness, maybe help the others. And if they don't have the time, then just send out maybe links to some YouTube videos or some good practice techniques that the others can follow so that they can also get better. And I believe that if the team that's not very experienced, they go around together clicking some pictures and exchanging them and giving each other feedback about the same, their quality would definitely improve, and this would also help in maintaining the quality on our events.
Earlier in your I want to discuss about data science and analytics. One question for you. Earlier in your presentation and your answers on how you want to improve the past, you mentioned about using TikTok, utilizing the videos. So say one of your subcom members suggested to use paid Instagram posts or TikTok videos. For example, paying influencers to widen your outreach publicity. What are your thoughts on this? For the mini takers, I'll repeat my question. Earlier in your response and in your presentation, you talked about using TikTok videos to increase your publicity. So one of your subcom members suggested to use paid sponsorship. And for example, paying influencers to widen your audience. What are your thoughts on this?
So when I suggested a platform that people here use much more, like TikTok, the idea that I had in mind is that it's from the people in science to the people in science. But say someone in my subcommittee suggests to use a famous figure to increase outreach. The first thing that I would do is discuss with my VD about how much do they think it's needed. Like, do they think that at this point of time in communications, we need that kind of outreach and we need that kind of publicity right there? And if the VD also thinks that yes, it's gonna be, it might just be good for us, then consider the budget. Like what is it that we'll have to pay to that person, what are the kinds of costs that we're going to incur, and say influencer and us, how are we going to get them to publish or upload a script for us. So these are the things that need to be considered, and all of this needs to be sent as a proposal to the VP about how, like an exact details about considering which influencer we want to publicize us, because there are so many. So getting the right person and managing that with their reach as well as how much they're charging us, and the need of the team at that very point about how much publicity we need. So these are all things that need to be considered before letting out this proposal.
I'm Benedict from Year 2 Life Sciences. I have two questions for you. Comment on this statement. Communications is usually seen as a retirement committee, with many people thinking that it has low workload and low commitment. How about your thoughts?
Again, grass is always greener on the other side. Someone from the sports team where communications has a lower workload, someone from the communications team might feel like sports has a lower workload. It always feels like the other person is doing lesser work than we are and they have it better than we do. But the communications team has as much work, as much commitment, and as much responsibilities towards the science club as I believe any other team does. The communications team is also there at all the events. They're also managing on the back end, they're also arranging things, and we're coming up with initiatives and projects of our own. We're handling the Instagrams, we're handling the socials. So it's because the person on the other end just sees the post published or just an email blast that they feel like it's so easy, all they had to do was press send. But there's so much work behind it, coming up with the whole thing, what we're publishing, where we're publishing, what's the audience we're targeting. So that's not true. If on the surface it feels like we've just pressed a post button or a send button, there's a lot that's gone behind it. If it feels like we're just clicking pictures, there's a lot that happen. There's people that have been arranged, they've taken their time out, they've arranged cameras, they've come to the event. So that's not true. There's as much workload and as much commitment in communications as is in any other team.
So suppose as a result of this perception of the communications committee, many seniors sign up for your subcommittee recruitment, and all of them have internships. Outline your course of action.
Usually, in the interest of time, we will ask you one more question.
Okay, suppose a subcommittee approaches you and tells you that they want one of the photographers excluded from their event as they feel he takes bad photos. Outline your course of action.
So to answer the first question first about how a lot of seniors sign up and all of them have internship commitments, the first thing that I would do in my recruitment is to firstly see who's joining just for the sake of it and who's actually joining to make a difference and contribute to this team. Who are the people who actually have ideas, who actually have strategies on how they're going to work with my team and how they're going to do it, and then try to assess which one of them is best able to explain how they're going to manage their internship and their workload and what plans and strategies that they do have to do the same, and then making a judgment, and at the same time trying to recruit people who have more time, like time available than the others do. Try to understand them through your responses, or maybe other year ones or year threes, or someone who doesn't have an internship should be a preference, because they're going to have more time, and not with more time they're also going to have more commitment towards this because their mind isn't occupied anywhere else. So that's one thing that I would do if that's what happens. And coming to the second question about how a subcommittee wants a photographer to be excluded, I wouldn't tell the photographer straight up that they don't want you in the event because you click bad pictures, because I feel like that just really puts down the morale of the other person, and they would shy away from attending other events, or they would shy away from trying to improve themselves. So I would find a way around, maybe like a friendly suggestion, or just look at their pictures and tell them about how they can improve and what they can improve. And if the subcommittee really doesn't want them to be there, then I'll find a way around it and maybe tell the person that we already have a lot of photographers and we can use them for another event. Or if we don't have a lot of photographers, then I'll tell the subcommittee that these are the people available at this time, so you have to use them, but I'll provide my suggestions to the photographer to make sure that whatever they get for you is better.
May I have a proposal to close the re-Q&A for the nominee director fiduciary for the portfolio of communication director for 45th Science Club Management Committee? Hamel,
I, Hammer Year One Chemistry, would like to propose to close the Q&A for the nominee director leadership for the portfolio of communication director for 46
then second for this motion, Alvin.
I am Yon Zhao Wei, year one, data science analytics, second motion.
We will now comment on motion, please.
that one?
I have a year to like to open a nomination for the flag director for the qualification
May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin?
I have no job year 1 data science second motion.
Are there any nominations for the portfolio of flag director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Jia Liang?
I, Tan Xiao Liang, like to nominate Juliana Binti Zainal, Year 2, Chemistry, for the portfolio of Tech Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion?
I have no job year 1 data science analytics second motion.
Juliana Binte Zainal, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of flag director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of flag director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of flag director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of flag director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of the flag director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Hamang. May I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin?
I have no job year 1 data science analytics second motion.
Juliana Binte Zainal, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 45 minutes for Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. Minute takers or helpers, please start the timer. Sorry. Bro. Just put it over here. Yeah. You're just like putting this. You pull down. Yeah. So you pull this.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Juliana Binti Zainal, and this will be my presentation for me choosing the flag portfolio. So, firstly, why do I want to be flag director? So, is to give back to science, to show that the appreciation, and to lead a team and have a shared vision of contributing to the community. So, and hope that they have a fruitful experience. So, for my strength is that I have good communication skills and can work well with other people, adaptability. So whenever there's like a change in the situation, I can react quickly and yes. Yeah, and
Continue.
and the ability to work together. And for my weaknesses, so even though I have all these weaknesses, it doesn't mean that you will always be a weakness. I can always like strive to improve. So one of it is I tend to procrastinate. So I can resolve it by setting reminders on my phone to complete my work, and make sure that my goal is achievable. So like not too many things in one day for me to complete. And then secondly is being too critical of myself. So sometimes I do have like high standards of expectations for myself, and I can be a bit too harsh on myself if I'm not satisfied with my work, like based on the expectations that I set for myself. So to resolve this weakness, I can talk to any of the MC members for their input, and next will be like difficulty of focusing on a task. So what I can do to combat it is to set short-term goals for myself. So instead of one long end goal, so that I have a different, like for example, I can say like bit by bit. So like every week I have different like goals that I can complete my work without losing focus on it. So these are the businesses that even though I possess it, I can improve on it. And
Jenna, can you just speak a little bit louder?
and so next, the qualities that I possess that can make me be a good flight director is integrity, responsibility, being passionate and respectful. So I feel that having these qualities will make me a good director, as like being having integrity would mean, like, for example, I use our funds appropriately and not use it for anything else. And then being responsible, so I will do my work on time and I don't miss on any deadlines. And then being passionate, so I have like set vision and goals for. I set.
Yeah, let's use this now.
So I have set vision and goals for being a flight director, and which I will be talking in the next few slides. So and also like being respectful, so like to anyone that I involve with, so to maintain a good working environment, and I respect each other's works and opinions. So next I will be moving on to like the past involvement that can help me as a flight director. So back in year one, I was in a flag as a comms head. So I was involved in designing publicity posts and finding for sponsorships. And as a comms head, I also delegated work to my own department. And I was also in Chemical Sciences Society as a welfare executive. So we were involved in organizing welfare events and welfare acts. So how does this like two involvement help me being a flight director is that I can learn the importance of communication. So as the previous comms head, I really like check on my department to see if they completed their work and ask if they need any help or to like clarify anything. So there were also like some instances that like as a flight comms head, we didn't communicate well with each other, so there's a bit of like confusion. And as a flight director, I want to avoid that. So I must always be up to date on like my flight members' progress. So like for example, like the proposals, like make sure that it's done before the deadline and ask if they need any extension. And like with working with other SCS members, so it's important for me to like communicate with them if I need to clarify things. So to avoid making any mistakes which can like, snowball. So next, it can help to ensure that the welfare of my subcommittee is considered. So due to my past involvement, I felt that welfare is also important and it should be taken into account of like on top of like the work that we're supposed to do. So as a flight director, I will ask my subcom if they have any concerns, and also like encourage them to voice out if there's like something or like someone making them uncomfortable. And also I am open to feedback. So as like the previous concept, we had many discussions on our designs, especially watch designs. So like for example, what colors to use, what design to use. So sometimes there's a bit of like back and forth, like maybe we don't want to use this, then there's also a bit of feedback that maybe it's not it's a lot of feedback. So being open-minded is a good thing. So because sometimes I overlook things and I do not take things into account, and having the perspective of others is beneficial as it can make me think of potential new ideas or like strategies that I can implement. So another thing that I did not add in this slide is that as like as a previous comms head, I had this member who coded like email blast. So like because as a previous comms head, we had to like find sponsorship. So she used like a code to like send multiple emails at one go. So I think that can also help me as a flight director because I can take into account all these resources that I can use to do our work efficiently and manage my time. So next, what are my visions and goals for flag? So like as a flag director, like our main goal is obviously a flag goal, but like however it's not the only thing that I want to achieve. So like you heard the phrase like it's not just the destination, it's also about the journey. So like the journey also counts. So even though yes, flag goal is important, but other things have to be taken into account. So like exposing the science students, especially freshies, to what flag does. So like yes, flag is we raise funds, but then it's not just all about like using money. So like also help to like promote interaction among students. So like we focus more on like the FOP aspect also. And then like we promote interaction among students, like for example during our workshops or like events like step up so they can meet new friends. And then also like have a bonded and supportive subcom. So can achieve that by having like bonding activities so like the flag subcom get to know each other better. And so like when they get to know each other better, not too shy or too awkward to like talk to each other. So there's good welfare and then it's easier to work with and our productivity will increase. So also another vision another goal that I want to achieve with the fact that is like for like my subcom to learn the value of giving back to the community. So like as a flag member, we will be organizing multiple like workshops, like events, like step up. So like I want them to think like, oh like what's the purpose of organizing all these workshops? Like do you just organize all this just because you're part of flag? Or is it like just to like raise money? Or is it to like give back to the community, raise awareness of all this like what we are doing? And then and another way is like for them to learn the value of giving back to the community, beneficiary visits, because so like the purpose of the beneficiary visits is to like get the people to like get them to follow, sorry, not follow, get them to we organize activities for like the people in the beneficiary visit. So in one way is we can also learn the value of giving back to the community because usually they are like underprivileged people. So I also hope that like my flag subcom will continue to be involved in projects that help the community and underprivileged people outside our flag, and they can also learn new skills from the respective departments they're in and apply it outside our flag. So like on a personal level, I hope that being a flag director means that I can gain new and unique skills on how to lead a team efficiently, such as like implementing new strategies, delegation of tasks, and interpersonal skills. So even though as a director, yes, I should possess like certain skills to lead a team, but then doesn't mean that I cannot like learn new skills, and maybe there'll be some like skills that are like more unique to a director, like from a point of view of a director, and to also improve myself as an individual, so to grow my comfort zone, reflect on my limitations, and not afraid to take risks. So even as a director, it doesn't mean that I know everything, doesn't mean I'm 100% good at everything. So I hope that by being a director, I can reflect on what I'm lacking and improve myself, and also have good relationships with the other SCMC members. So to work well together, and then by working together, we can give like feedbacks or like implement new ideas, and also have like a supportive members, like good, so like having good relationships and that can have supportive members. So can always support each other in times where like we need extra help, not just like work, maybe like emotionally. So so in conclusion, I think by me possessing all these like strengths, weaknesses, qualities, it can help me be a good flight director, and also based on my vision and goals, I think that I am on the right track to being a flight director as I have visions of like not just like purely like doing all this just to raise funds, but also like, raise awareness of like what flight does and to also like improve myself as an individual, like as a director. So with that, it comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Juliana, you have 7 minutes left on the presentation. Do you wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
May I propose to open the Q&A for the nominee Juliana Pinke Zainal for the portfolio of Flight Director for Cape Science Club Management Committee.
Hello, you have permission would like to propose to open the Q&A for the nominee Juliana Pinke Zainal for the portfolio of Flight Director for the Cape Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion? Alvin.
I have Yong Zhaowei, Year 1 Data Analytics, second motion.
Juliana Pinke Zainal, we now have 5 minutes for Q&A.
I and Zhelang Year 3 Life Sciences have 2 questions for you. So for the first question, given that FLAG comprises both FOP and service aspects, do you prioritize one over the other, such as focusing on raising funds at the expense of fund experience or vice versa? Okay, I'll ask the next question then. In a hypothetical situation, your events head comes to you saying that the other events head has not been replying to their messages and feels overwhelmed with the planning of upcoming events. Outline your course of action. Your events head comes to you saying that the other events head has not been replying to their messages and feels overwhelmed with the planning of upcoming events. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so my course of action is that maybe I will talk to the events head that is not replying. Then I will find out what's happening and then like see if they're facing any issues. So for example, if there's any like maybe personal issues, like family issues, then or like maybe is it because of like timeline or like the like as in like, are they like feeling overwhelmed because of all the timeline or like the events happening. So like what I can see what I can do to like mitigate the issue. So for example, if it's just like fragmented stuff, maybe like timeline is too tight for them or like there's too many like, events happening, then maybe I can split the workload. So make sure that like the both events hit, they are getting like the same amount of work. Like one is not getting too many. So like and then like for example if it's like like if they are facing any like personal issues, so I can like maybe what I can do is that while me like excuse them for a while, so let them like resolve their own issues, and then like as a compromise they can attend the workshops and like lead the workshops, so like they won't be part of the planning, but then at least like they can lead the workshop. So it's like a fair trade. So if like really if it's really like the worst case, like even like the events head is like not replying to me also, so like I cannot get the chance to even talk to the events head. So I would so like maybe like me or like the or like my advisee can work together with the events head to plan on the at the events, and then maybe one of our like events executive can also work with the events head for that particular event only, so that the events head won't like bear the burden of just like planning everything by themselves. And then however if this issue is like so bad that it's starting to affect flag as a whole, then I would like take it up to like VPFOP, talk to them, see what like what else can I do? Like, what can we do about this events head that is not replying to us?
Hi, I'm Lily Rachel, Year 3 Data Science and Analytics. I have two questions for you. My first question for minute taker, this is question 36. Considering there are red exposure segments during scan and sound, do you think there should be a flag exposure segment as well?
Sorry, so just to reiterate the question is like, do I think there should be a flag exposure as well in camps? Okay.
Sorry, just to clarify, it's only in sound, not camps.
Okay, so yes, I think that there should be a flag exposure in South, and so there are various reasons why. So firstly is to inform the freshies of what flag is, like for those freshies who don't know the existence of it, so can inform them and then like raise awareness of what flag does, and because flag, I feel like flag is more like quote unquote like in the background, so like other than like our like like workshops or like our booth, like we don't really see flag around a lot. So just is I think there should be an exposure so to like raise awareness on what we do, like why are we raising funds, like what's the purpose of us having like public beneficiary, and then and obviously it's just like more than us just like raising funds. So also is to encourage our freshies to participate in like flag workshops and flag events, especially like workshops and events that happen in the summer. So like the events like Flag Day, Step Up, because if I'm not wrong, most of it should have been after South. So the freshies can the freshies to join with like the South OG and the OGLs. So and this is to also promote interaction with the group and make friends. And then we talk about our and also flag exposure is good because we can talk about our pilot beneficiary and our beneficiary visits and like what sort of activities we do to engage them and like why is it relevant as like a flag member to have all these beneficiary visits.
My second question is, in a hypothetical situation, one of your subcommittee members suggested to you that you should get your SAL director to publicize about Flag Day during SAL payment. Outline the factors to consider.
Sorry, do you mind repeating the question?
In a hypothetical situation, one of your subcommittee members suggested to you that you should get your SAL director to publicize about Flag Day during SAL payment. Outline the factors to consider.
So doing SAL payment?
Like SAL freshman payment.
so what I would do is that I will ask like my subcommittee member like, why would they suggest like to like publicize that they doing some payment. So I see whether like I think whether it is like beneficial, like really help to maybe attract more like participants. So and to attract science participants. So I'm also like taking up to BPFOP and also like get like second opinion. So I ask like are things like really guarantee more participants? Like, would we be able to raise more funds? And then at the same time, I will also like suggest this idea to Saudi. So I will ask Saudi like as a like it will be a good publicity for us as it is a good way to increase engagement, and I will get like Saudi's opinion like would it like in a way take away the spotlight from Sao, or would it be a good way for Sao freshies to Sao participants to get to know more about flag and what flag day is, and then maybe like potentially liaise with Honti as sorry no potentially liaise with like with SDO, like maybe if you're allowed to like pass flag day during Sao payment.
Okay. Two questions for you. First question is, flag is an FOP, yet there are always more seniors or members of science faculty that take part in flag events compared to freshmen. What is your stance on this?
Sorry, do you mind just repeating the question again?
Flag is an FOP, yet there are always more seniors or members of science faculty taking part in flag events compared to freshmen. What is your stance on this?
So like my stance on it is that I agree that fact is an FOP, but yet more seniors or people of science fact and freshies. So yes, I agree with that stance. Doesn't mean that we should like as a flight director, we shouldn't do anything about it. So like what we can do to balance this ratio is to like push out more parts. So we have like for example like events that step up, maybe we can have like countdown something like 1 week to the event, 3 more days to the event. So like because sometimes people might miss out on like Instagram posts, Instagram stories. So it's good to constantly have like parts push out so that we can reach out to more freshies. And then if our workshops or event have like attractive prices to be won, then even more we should like push up pubs for it. So we can also organize events or like workshops that can gain the attention of more participants, such as like maybe we have a workshop with like more like something that's more trendy, that is like low cost, or like maybe even like a physical event, like something like that step up that we have. So can also like potentially work with Saudi to like or like scam the to like promote flag to the freshies, because that's where more we can gather more engagement from the freshies. And like maybe potentially, right, for like things like flag day, because since so like potentially for things like flag days, like maybe NUS can like help to it can potentially help to like publicize for us, and then maybe like publicize for like science flag, and then bringing more freshies.
My second question is, in a hypothetical scenario, the SDO requests if there can be anything done to involve more of the staff in flag events. What are the considerations?
So like consideration is that I will check with my flag secretary if the event is like oversubscribed, if like if there's too many people, too many participants, because if it's oversubscribed, then there might be an issue with logistics, so like whether there be like enough materials for extra people, and then so I can consider if like the SDO staff would be willing to bring in more of their members, so like bring in more of their members so that potentially can raise more funds, and also like introduce them to flag, because maybe some of them will not know what flag is, so we can raise awareness of what we do and help other beneficiaries.
Next question, Joshua. Year 1 data science analytics, I have one question for you. For minute takers, this is question 19. A member of your subcommittee does not want to do work. Other members in your subcom have tried talking to him, but to no avail. This is causing a lot of tension as a result. How would you react in this situation and outline your course of action?
So how I would react my conversation is that I would talk to the subcommittee member who doesn't want to work, and then I talk to the member of my PD, and then like I don't know what's happening. Like, why do they not want to work together? Like, what's happening? Is it because of flag related issues that maybe our timeline is too short, like too tight, like we have a lot of events back to back? Or is it like maybe like yeah, so is it like because of our timeline, maybe like they have like other commitments also, so they cannot balance like flag and the external commitments? Then I will also ask them like, because like yes, sure that there might be maybe it has something to do with like the timeline and like the commitment, but then at the same time I also have to like consider myself like what am I doing wrong? Like am I like maybe delegating too much work? Am I like planning or like approving events like back to back? Maybe one thing I guess will do is consider myself, so make sure that like my flag members are accounted for. They are like they are not being overworked, and and everything would be so that they wouldn't feel that they have a lot of commitment. So so to to react to like the causing tension part, so that what I can do is that I can like sit down with like my subcom members that are affected, and then I talk to them and try to like de-escalate the situation with them. So I would tell them that it's okay, like the matters in my hands now. So I ask them to just like calm down, like don't let it affect them too much. Just continue doing their work, like continue doing like activities, organizing their workshops, and then like something that like me and the PD can handle. So at the same time, I can also like talk to the SDMC members. So I especially like my VP FOP, so I can talk to them, like ask like, oh, how can I solve this issue? Like, is it maybe a planning on our part? Are we maybe be like miscalculated too many like events? So it's something that I can do also.
Year one data science analytics, I'd like to ask you one question. So, in a hypothetical scenario whereby you have leftover sponsored items, for example, like snacks from one of your events, the welfare director wants to give away these items during a welfare organized event. So, outline your thoughts.
I, Hamaya, chemistry would like to propose for 15-minute time extension for Q&A.
I everyone Chowei, year one data science analytics.
Please help to reset the timer when the time is up.
So if the leftover sponsored, first of all, I would like consider like my subcom members first. So like maybe I can ask them like for example for if you do like future events or workshops, like is it something that we can still use like the sponsor items? Can we like use it as like a prize or like can we just use it as like kind of like something like a pack that we give away during our events? So it's something that I should consider first because we can use it for our own like flag events, and then also one thing I have to consider is also like the sponsor companies itself because usually when we have like a sponsorship agreement, so like flag would agree that it would like post after the event, something along those lines. So we have to like consider it because like if it's something that we agree already with the company, like let's say to post after step up, but then suddenly like we don't post anymore, then we'll break the agreement and it is not very professional. So this kind of thing is also like bring up to the VPR, ask them like, oh, like whether it is something that we can do, is it like is it allowed? And then and maybe like at the same time also like just bring up to SEO about this like sponsored items, like whether is allowed to like just transfer our items to welfare.
Analytics has two questions for you. So the first question for me because this is question 21. In a hypothetical scenario, one of the department heads in your subcom and another department head in the REC subcommittee got into a conflict and refused to work with each other due to disagreements on the beneficiary visit details. Outline a course of action.
Sorry, do you mind repeating the question?
Okay, so the question is, in a hypothetical scenario, one of the department heads from the flag subcommittee and another department head from the REC subcommittee got into a conflict and refused to work with one another due to disagreements regarding the beneficiary visits details. Outline your course of action.
So my course of action, if there is like a conflict, would be that me and the right director, we can like sit down and talk to both the department heads and try to like de-escalate the situation. So just ask them to like first like speak up, like talk in like a civil conversation, and then like ask them like what's the issue, like why are they like disagreeing? Is it like could it be like potentially because of something like me and the red D agree on that maybe they don't agree, so like something on our part, then yeah, so we just like figure out what's the issue and then like mitigate something. So like maybe me and the red head we can like have like a maybe like a compromise, like see like what we can do, like find something in the middle that won't like cause the both department heads to be in conflict. And then like but then for example like if it's still continuous, like there's still no like improvement, then maybe me and like the red D we can talk to the VPFOP, just ask them ask the VPFOP like maybe like what's the next course of action or what we can do if like if really there's like it's like the worst scenario, like everything's not working out, then there's a lot of like conflict, there's a lot of like separation between people. Yeah.
For my second question, so this is another hypothetical scenario. So let's say during the summer period, the right director tells you that he wants the raggers, right? So the freshmen in rag, to focus on preparation for rag day. So he feels that he doesn't want to ask the freshmen to go for flag day. Then what are your thoughts? So like it's not a confirmed decision yet, but he brings up his opinion to you. So like, what are your thoughts about this?
So just to reiterate the last part, so like the rugby doesn't want the rankers to go for flag day.
Yeah, because he feels that he wants the freshmen to focus on the rank preparation.
Okay. So like so I think that when talks about it, like if for example like the rugby doesn't want regulars to go for flag days, like I feel that it would be unfair as flag and reg we are sister subcommittees. So like we go hand in hand, you know, like reg give thanks by like giving us a performance and then like flag response, so it goes hand in hand to like give back to the community. So that I feel that it's very unfair because like yeah. So because they're supposed like I think it's really unfair because they're supposed to be like supporting each other, and then like at the same time like usually like MCs as the MCs encourage each other like other MCs and their subcoms to go for each other events. So like it will be not very fair if like in a hypothetical situation like if the flag members support reg during like the reg day like the reg performance, but then the regulars won't be there just because like they need to prep for their reg day. So so I feel that to show fairness, we should support each other on our events, and then at the same time, like it's not just like reg go for flag day. We can also help like flag members can also help reg reg subcom. So like for example, like because like in the hypothetical situation, like Reddy wants regulars to focus on the prep, right? So why not like as a flag D, I can ask like my flag members like, oh maybe like they can help in like preparing like the floaters, preparing the costumes. So it's a bit of like like we help each other, then it will be fair. So like a fair trade, like us flag members, we help them in like doing like the floater stuff, and then in return, then like the raggers can help us in flag day.
I, Year 3 Life Sciences, have 2 questions for you. So the first question is, the RAC director approaches you and says they are planning to use the RAC and FLAG budget to purchase more logistics due to the lack of grant funds. What are your thoughts? I'll repeat the question. The RAC director approaches you and says they are planning to use the RAC and FLAG budget to purchase more logistics due to the lack of the RAC funds. What are your thoughts?
So if radio approaches me and like want to use the RNF flag project, so I'll firstly ask like Reggie, like what are you standing on that requires like them to use like our RNF flag budget, and whether like is it possible if like they can cut their budget so like they don't potentially use our RNF budget. So at the same time, I also need to see that if there's enough like budget in like for the RNF for activities meant for both red and flag. So like red and flag march, like the red and flag helpati, the like red and flag bonding. Like for example, if they start using the RNF funds and then there isn't enough for all these activities, then there's also no point. So you also have to like check, like see would there be enough left. Then also I would like bring it up to the BPFOP and 1T, just to like tell them like maybe like Reddy might be using like our RNF budget, so just to inform them, and maybe they can like tell us like any like course of actions that we can take for it, and maybe also like potentially like bring it up to SDO for approval for it, and then and also maybe like NUS because like for like stigma of accounts.
For your next question, in a hypothetical situation, you are organizing a fundraising workshop that is approved by SDO and has started publicizing it. A day before the event, NUS's flag project director approaches you saying that they are unaware of such an event. Outline your course of action. I repeat, in a hypothetical situation, you are organizing a fundraising workshop that is approved by SDO and has started publicizing it. A day before the event, NUSU's flag project director approaches you saying they are unaware of such an event. Outline your course of action.
So my first question is that I would ask the project director, like is what is like the issue? Like why were they unaware? Assuming that I have already like submitted the fundraising strategy proposal, so like it should be approved, or like is there anything like on their end that maybe they overlooked? So like that's why they were unaware. So I would like talk to them, ask them like why is this an issue? Then at the same time I also bring up to like the PPFOP, the president, like just explain them the situation, saying like how so they're unaware. So maybe maybe yeah, so like the president and the PPFOP, they can like talk to SDO, just ask them why is this happening? What why is the news so unaware? And yeah, so on my side, like when I talk to Nusu, then I would see like if there are any issues. So like for example, like maybe if it's things like like I miss out the deadline, then yes, it is like my a fault on my side. So like there's no choice but to like close the event. But like maybe if there's something that Nusu can do, they can improve our event and yes, we can continue. But like for like in the long term, like for the next event, like prevent all this from happening. So like I will make sure I take everything into account. So like the fundraising strategy proposal, make sure like Nusu has already like approved of it. Make sure like everything is like taken into account. Make sure like I just don't assume like that I just don't assume that since I'm already saying to Nusu, then that you've seen it already. So yeah, that's how what I would do.
In a hypothetical scenario, one of your flag subcom member came to you and asked for SVC to take up the bulk of the planning for Labor Week as they feel overwhelmed by the workload during the FOP season. Outline your course of action.
Juliana, in the interest of time, we'll ask you one more question.
Patrick from Wihao, year 2 life sciences. There's one question for you. Musu states that Flag Day should be exclusively for freshmen this year, since it's an FOP. Outline your thoughts. I repeat again for minute takers. Musu says that Flag Day should be exclusively for freshmen this year, since it's an FOP. Outline your thoughts.
So the question about like subcom members asking SBC to take about to work. So like my class of action will asking like my subcom members like why are they feeling overwhelmed? Like is it because of like the planning? Like, are we dedicating too much work to that? Like does it interfere with our own flag events? Like is a timeline too tight? So like this is something I can take into consideration and in turn like improve like my planning of things, and then I can also really if they are overwhelmed and they don't want to do the work and just want like to give it to like SBC to take the bulk, then maybe I can find measures so like potentially ask like Red D if Red Director like if they have any of the free like if they have any Red members who are free to help out, but then again like it depends because I understand for Red we'll be busy paying for Red Day, so the members are busy, but it's still trying to ask Red Day, and then also just at the same time talk to talk to BPI and SBC director about the situation and what they can do about it, because I wouldn't want SBC to do other work and like strain the relationship between SBC and FLAG. So like to mitigate this issue in the future, like for next like legal event, so just to make sure that my FLAG members, they don't have a lot of commitment over the summer, so that they can focus on the legal event, and at the same time, maybe like have like spread out our own like FLAG workshops or events, so like not have everything like not have too many like back to back that can affect FLAG members from like not doing the work. So for the next question, can I just clarify? It's just you said that NUS states that FLAG Day is for like freshmen only. Okay. So my thoughts about it is that I disagree. Like
They declare that only freshmen are allowed.
okay, so wait, sorry, can I just clarify the question again?
So NUSU declares that Flag Day should be exclusively for freshmen since it's an FOP. Outline your thoughts.
Yeah, so like my thoughts about it is that I don't think that Flag Day is just exclusively for freshies just because it's an FOP. Like okay, like yes, like part of the FOP aspect is to allow like the freshies to like bond with each other, to like integrate into the university, to like have like a feel of what Flag does. But I don't think it's just like a freshies only event, because if you take into account like other students who might have like missed the previous Flag Day, like their various issues, like they so like if like NUSU like declares as just like specifically for freshies, and it wouldn't give that like other like science students the chance for them to like participate in Flag Day, and because like okay, like yes, that I understand like the appropriate aspect of it, but then again like flag is also one of the one of the like main purpose of flag is like like to raise awareness of flag, like raise awareness of like what we do, like how we work, how we like and our like partner beneficiaries. So it would be a little unfair if only like the freshies would get to participate in Flag Day. So I think yeah, I disagree.
So time's up. May I have a proposal closed Q&A for nominee Juliana Binte? Juliana Binte Zainal, the portfolio of Flag Director for Portrait Science Foundation Committee. Hello.
I'm Moya Chemistry. Would like to propose to close the Q&A for the nominee Juliana Binti Zainal for the portfolio of Flag Director.
You have a second for this motion, Evelyn?
I have no trouble. You want this as take second motion.
again when he reads it to make sure that your pen is working and use black and blue pen as much as you can. If you need extra paper, please raise your hand. If you need paper, yeah. So when once you're done, please raise your hand. Any more?
No. 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 Yes. No. Yes. Science Club Management Committee's flag director.
I just have to say thank you to Lang and thank you to Alvin for helping me. And also thank you to Benedict. But yeah, and also yeah, thanks.
Elections are not done yet. Do you want a break first or want to open first everything first? Okay, you faster.
May I have a proposal to close the portfolio of flag director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee, Hamon? And the secretary for this motion, Alvin. Each one.
Open again. Open everything.
Let's go.
May I have a proposal to open the portfolio of sports director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee, Hamon? May I have a second of this motion, Alvin? May I have a proposal to open the nomination for portfolio of sports director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee, Hamon?
Open nomination for the portfolio of sports director for the
May I have a second of this motion, Alvin? May I? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? If there are no more nominations, we have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee. How about? May I have a second of this motion, Alvin? I have a proposal to open the portfolio of alumni relations director. Yeah, alumni relations director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee. How about? May I have a second of this motion, Alvin? May I have a proposal to open the nomination for the portfolio of alumni relations director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee. How about? May I have a second of this motion, Alvin? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of alumni relations director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of alumni relations for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of alumni relations director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? If there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nomination? If there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of alumni relations for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? How long? May I have a second of this motion, Alvin?
Second motion.
May I have a proposal to open the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? How long? May I have a second of this motion, Alvin? May I have a proposal to open the nomination for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? How long?
May I have a nomination for the portfolio of Science Orientation Director for the 45th.
May I have a second of this motion? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the committee? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? If there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? How long?
I have a nomination for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a second of this motion? Alvin? May I have a proposal to open the portfolio of Best Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? How long?
I have a nomination for the portfolio of Best Director for the 45th.
May I have a second for this motion? Alvin? We have a proposal to open the nomination for the portfolio of Best Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee. How long?
I have a nomination for the portfolio of Best Director for the 45th.
May I have a second for this motion? Alvin? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of Best Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of Best Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of Best Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? If there are no more nominations for the portfolio, if there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of Best Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? How long? May I have a second for this motion, Alvin?
I have no trouble on that ethics and motion.
May I have a proposal to close the loop 4 of the internal, if it's adjourned, right?
It's adjourned.
Not close, or close it. May I have a proposal to close loop 4 of the internal elections for 45th Science Club Management Committee Co-option 1. Anmol.
Community Committee would like to propose to close loop 4 of the internal election of the 45th Science Club Management Committee Co-option 1.
May I have a second for this motion, Alvin?
I have no trouble. You want that ethics?
May I have a proposal to adjourn the co-option 1 of the 45th Science Club Management Committee until co-option 2. Anmol.
May I have
a second for this motion, Alvin?
I have no trouble. You want that ethics?
Okay, before everything, since co-option 1 is over, it marks the end of 44. Officially. So 44, please send me your declaration form for the 45th to sign, and 45th please submit to Gabriel. The whole thing email. Then Gabriel collect. Okay. Then if you haven't get voted properly, don't find your directors. If you also cannot get hold of the 44, text me. Okay. Anyway, all the best. 45, I see you at club room. Then for 46, you can
please help collect everything. Help Arabian collect all the banks and notebooks, stationery.